Good morning. I need to talk to Jasper. And not to me. Figure out what they know so far. Perhaps have Natsumi look into Elfe, a last name Ebonale. Learn why her family is where she was. I suppose I've also got to cut ties in some ways with that girl, but keep her close enough to use if I have to.
Good morning.
Morning.
I was not expecting this garden to be so popular.
I don't see why not. It's hidden, it's beautiful, perfect place to watch the sunrise.
It's the second time I think I woke up and could just go to the garden and someone beat me to it.
Do you come here every morning?
Yes.
Do you prefer this time be spent alone?
No, it's okay, it's just surprising every time.
Have you walked in to find others in this place?
Excuse me?
Nothing. Do you like tea?
Morning. Hard work already, I see.
Yes.
Good morning. Yes.
Perhaps we should
Fun though, you guys.
share a drink and the space from time to time. Watch the sunrise.
That would be nice, yes.
You seem pleasant. I wouldn't mind getting to know you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the sunrise.
Thank you. Have a nice morning.
Morning. Suppose I could get
Morning,
some
Lady
cups.
Kasia.
Morning.
Are you not gonna eat?
I will. I'd like to bring some of the cups from yesterday's gathering to the room, and then to breakfast. The tavern is disappointingly lacking in teacups.
I see.
bet you to it. Thank you.
Oh, we were told about rooms, right?
Please grab as many as you can carry.
Yes, they did put us up here to be
I'd like to have a word with you, if our roommate will allow it.
Understood.
That way, right? Right? Just wanted to make sure.
Good morning as well.
Good morning.
Morning.
May.
Oh, Powder.
Good morning.
Well, at least the cat's early to rise.
I take it you found our rooms.
Yes.
Then you understand why we will be moving soon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Of course.
If you find time to do so, I'd like to retrieve the rest of them, so that we have 6 total. 2 more. It doesn't have
Understood.
to happen right this second. Have you eaten?
I will eat when you have eaten.
Very well. Have you eaten?
Yes, a little bit. Was I supposed to wait for you?
No. You do not have rules like she does.
Quite possible. People seem to be lively.
I don't mind.
only an 800-page book.
So you like the consistent change. Understood.
Give or take.
Too much observation, but
Not up to me.
Alas, my assistants are not that proficient at writing yet, so.
Just because it's not up to you, it does not mean I cannot have it.
They were goblins. Yeah,
Never say it too much.
the older side, but not too much.
I wanted to make some tea, but I couldn't remember how you made it.
That's alright. I will
Proficiency makes it more about the
arrange to teach you sometime.
so they do excellent work.
How did you sleep?
All right. I woke up a few times, but I just spent those times reading.
'Tis better than not at all. I'm glad.
There are some interesting books in the library, I think you called it.
Yes. Fuck.
You don't have a room.
I'm glad you've made use of it. Unmuted for the, I was muted for the wrong thing and unmuted for the wrong thing.
One of them was a bit about the northern lands, and the other one was about animals around Keshin.
Is there something in particular that interests you in these topics?
I suppose it's just all of it. There's a lot of things I haven't seen, so there's a lot of things I haven't learned about.
That makes sense. I'm glad you're making good use of your time. Perhaps it'll help you when you reach those locations.
Sometimes get physical, but
I just choose not to during a wedding. Sometimes it's
Pardon me?
I suppose.
You could have one that the person's a wielder to the prior. So that one would
Hungover, I presume.
Clearly. Do tell. I'm curious about half the crop. I think it would be a little more potent than just a
Honey.
hangover. I just know you're just messing.
Is there anything I can help with?
No. Tea is fairly simple, though not the way that I would serve it. And food has already been made. I wouldn't worry about it.
Alright.
We should talk later, though. I promised we would.
Okay.
I don't know enough about the mind, unfortunately. There's food in
If you don't need help with anything, I'm going to go check on the shop and see what else I still have to set up.
Good luck.
I'll see you later.
Take care.
Of course, you know where it is.
You activate this enchantment. Your brother. Oh no, he's slowly being crushed. Activate. Oh no, he's slowly being.
Oh,
Horrible sight.
not to me, right?
Although also,
enough.
I do think you did
Yes.
enough mana, and that was.
At some point later, if you're able to, we should probably talk as well.
We'll just make sure to pull the sword out of your heart before you activate it.
Yes.
Am I allowed?
Fuck.
Or else it's going to get really
Of course.
awkward.
Oh shit.
Actually, that's a good question.
Oh God.
Resets you
I
back to
won't
your
take up
former
any more
state.
of your time.
That means it's fuel that hasn't burned yet.
I do.
Yes, yes, don't let us stop.
Does that mean the fire would persist because it's lost its fuel?
Okay.
From up north all the way.
I think it would probably
So to get
depend
back.
on why you're on fire.
That,
If you're covered in an oil, then likely the enchantment will
This.
repair the body.
they use next stop.
Maybe not reset the oil to not
Oh my.
burn.
Serve to the left,
I'm
and that
gonna
will go to
apologize
that will need to go
for
there.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Here we serve drinks.
Oh. About what?
How we've interacted prior to this.
Now let's just play a little more of this game.
I'm just in a situation where I scare easy, and it's hard to talk to people. I was a bit suspicious of you and thought that you might be dangerous, but you seem to just be a nice person.
Well, I'll accept your apology. Just don't do it again.
This.
Do you want me to wait outside, Lady Kazuya?
No. No, but after we talk, I would like for you to eat something.
I will eat when you dismiss me, my lady. It's rude of me to eat in front of you.
Fuck. I don't particularly agree with that, but... I've had enough of this place's food to know that at least some meals aren't poisoned. I'd like for you to change your diet every day until you've had something of everything.
Understood.
Aelfe, the woman that we just spoke with. She shares this room with us and has an interesting background. She's been imprisoned in Alcatraz for her family's misdeeds. Misdeeds that she's not elaborated on further, but it has something to do with our history. Her last name is Ebonil. When you find a moment, I'd like for you to see if you can dig up any information. I will not fault you if you cannot.
I'll try my best, my lady. Can I ask something? If I am allowed. Do you care for this dragon?
I found myself in a bit of a situation with that one. She is naive and gullible, and knows nothing about the world that she travels. She is of home, so I feel the need to protect her. But it would seem that with my intentions of being a caretaker, perhaps she's feeling something else. I will have to scare her away at some point. Or at least educate her. I may enlist your help with that.
Understood. I am at your command.
I know. However, I do intend to keep her close until we know what she's capable of. She seems devout to me already, and I intend to use that if I have to. How are you feeling?
I feel it coming on.
Very well. After you eat, I would like you to come find me again.
Of course.
I intend to speak to Jasper tonight. If you find our meeting location, you are welcome to be there. It should be at the stroke of 11. About 3.5 hours from now, give or take.
Do you want me nearby, my lady?
I will think about it. I'll have an answer for you when you come find me again. I have nothing more for you. You can go. Not particularly thrilled. I wish she'd stayed hidden a little longer. I'll have to wash that one. Lock. I assume that anyone who shares that room has the key. Or a key.
Wow, that's... What is your barking?
Oh no, you'll have to get it over there.
I mean,
That's a very loud bark. How many dogs do you have in there, good sir?
Too many.
So many dogs!
Is that
You scared the foxes!
they were saying?
too quick knife. But the drink you had, as the dogs are bigger. I would assume they're under deck. You gotta give me something.
No, but like, you know, they go all over the place. Surely someone come up here, right?
You might have been
See
lying
that
here
when I'm
too.
stuck in
Well,
a
I have
big
no
crowd
idea.
and don't want to be
Yeah, I
there
assume
anymore.
some go up to the buildings or whatnot. Maybe some are underneath the
Morning.
Morning?
I wonder if she recognizes.
If Ojo is around nearby, then it's though never see her before. There is not back home. Also never see the husband.
There really should be benches up here. You do what you have to survive. And not so that you yourself can survive, but Hinode. Even if it means taking her emotions and thoughts for herself away. It's safer this way. For me. For her. For Hinode. I won't think about it anymore. I wonder where we're flying over now. It's kind of cool the way the shadow picks up on the wings. Not sure what to call you, blue one. Your loyalty can be bought. Not particularly fond of that. So he lives up there.
Right there, it's like the fiery rock.
I mean, not where. What is true? Legend has it, it's a place full of rock and molten other stuff, and it's on a map.
All of this? No.
Very well.
Right. Well, I should leave you to it. I actually just saw through the window someone I wanted to speak to. So, I'll see you around. Oh, before I go, I'm going to be running the farm with the chicogriffs. So if you ever want a chicogriff egg or anything to do with the farm, when I make a nice little garden with herbs, then you can come to me. I'm going to be making home remedies, like headaches or...
She seems distant, but not mean or anything.
What is it that you wanted to talk about?
Could I hit you in the nose with my palm right now?
Oh, I thought you had an idea of what you wanted to talk about.
That is your indication.
I'm simply prying with that one. And what you wanted with Natsumi.
With her.
No, I'm kinda curious.
I just thought I should get a more proper introduction in, since our first meeting wasn't the best.
Anyway, I'm gonna go inside.
And you said that I could trust her.
I see.
I see.
Well then, I suppose you may have found one of the right
Morning.
although there is a secondary tab.
Hello, good morning. Oh, well, watch out, Elfie. You almost hit her.
It's alright.
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
I like your dress.
Thank you.
Very pretty.
God.
Listen, I wanted to have a quick word with you, if that's okay.
Sure.
Well, if you're busy. Oh, okay, great.
It's fine.
It'll be a moment, I promise. Probably. Hello again. Ooh.
You're quite fast, Alden. Faster than I.
I'm sorry.
Well then, I'll keep that in mind. But if you are so keen on sort of stationing yourself temporarily until you find a place for your...
So, listen.
Yes,
Ooh. A couple days ago, towards the night, I'm sorry that I ran away. I just wasn't expecting it. But I liked it a lot, and I'm sorry. And you might have gotten the wrong impression.
It's alright.
It just came out of nowhere. But I apologize, alright? I hope I didn't offend you.
Was I too bold? Should I not have?
Well, no. I'm very happy that you did. I'm just sorry that I didn't reciprocate, at least, verbally.
Do you plan on reciprocating in other ways?
Well, I already owe you a favor, so I think it would be really unfair if, I also owe you something more. So, I suppose the best thing to do would be to try to repay this as soon as possible. So, I suppose.
Yeah.
Then.
Is this the part where I run?
Well, I think I meant to run, but yeah, I would understand if you did. I'm sorry, I really am.
I didn't take it personally. I had thought I'd done something wrong, but I'm happy to know that I haven't.
No. Right, well, I'm glad to have clarified.
Did it bother you?
Well,
It worried you?
Well, yes, it ate me up all day yesterday. I tried to find you, but I couldn't, and then I was busy moving into the farm, and then, moving the feed and organizing everything. Whoever ran that farm before, it was a mess.
Well, certainly with a proper caretaker, it'll be on its way in no time.
Certainly. It's a shame that it only has me, but, I'll try my best.
Is Molly not helping you?
She is. I'm just being mean.
And she can't even defend herself.
Oh, it's fine. She does it all the time. She'll be okay.
Be careful, you might hurt her feelings with how soft she is.
No, she'll be fine, really. I promise it's really hard to hurt her feelings.
I suppose I'll take your word for it.
She's very tough.
She is a bodyguard, after all.
Among other things.
And other things.
My friend. I already told you, it's not up to me to say what she is. If you want to ask, or you want to know, you'll have to ask.
I will. I have plans for her.
Oh, should I be worried?
No reason to be. Simply curious.
You have plans for her? Are you scheming like the bad evil noble you are?
Perhaps more because of the fox that I am. We are quite cunning, I'm sure you've heard.
Well, I think I've heard a thing or two.
But I've heard crows are just as crafty.
Crows? Well, I'm not quite sure that's what I am, but I'll take it as a compliment.
Do you know what you are?
No, sadly. I believe I'm some sort of exotic bird from Gigadema, but I didn't really speak about it. Well, I was separated from my parents very early, so it's not like I could ask them, so I can only guess.
If you're ever interested in finding out, perhaps I have my ways. I don't think that you're a crow, for the record. You are too...
Yes?
Your feathers are brown.
Go on.
Crows are not.
Brown? Well, I feel insulted. Are foxes colorblind? I'll have you know that they're beautiful black with red and purple. Maybe you have your eyes checked, or perhaps it's the lighting.
It could be. It is rather dark under here. Not
Yes.
quite day. Though I could have sworn in the daylight they were brown. Maybe reddish.
They are reddish. Perhaps the brown came from the reddish.
Perhaps. I apologize for insulting you.
That's fine. Oh, you didn't insult me, and you're totally fine. And listen, I appreciate the offer. However, I'm the one that owes you a favor, not the other way around.
So we can't play this game of back and forth. I can't do multiple things for you at a time.
Well, sure we can, but I don't want the debt to get too large. I mean, goodness, what could you ask me to do with 2 favors?
Certainly nothing heinous, I assure you.
I shudder to think.
Well, then perhaps I might keep you on your toes.
Oh, really? Fair.
You'll never know what to expect.
I like that mysterious, cunning fox.
I have to keep the reputation going for as long as I can.
Right. Listen, do you have anything happening, later towards the day? Well, towards the night.
I do have one thing, but I can't imagine it lasting long.
Right, well, if you're not too busy, I'd love to, talk. Maybe have some tea.
Are you going to make it?
I am, if you want me to. Well, I'm going to make it rather... I tried the tea that you gave me the other day, and it wasn't very good, no offense. So I think I'd rather make it because it tastes nice. I was just being polite.
I don't know how to make tea. I would
Well,
prefer
fair
someone
enough.
else make it. That was rather rude of you, though. You could have lied for a bit longer.
I'm sorry. Well, I know, but I don't like to.
And now my pride is hurt.
Oh, goodness me. All right, well, we'll try to fix that tonight then.
I'm looking forward to it. Where are we meeting?
This seems like a nice place. Oh, well, then again, who knows, it might get very noisy. How about where we ended at last time, up there? Oh, but then again, it's hard to find seating there. Oh, what a tough choice. How about you come to the farm, and then we'll figure it out. I'll think on something.
Very well. I will meet you at the farm.
Right, well, it's decided.
Looking forward to it.
Me as well. All right, well, I don't want to keep you from Natsumi, right? And her.
I heard her apologize to you. Was it fruitful?
She did apologize. Well, I decided to accept it, although she didn't quite apologize for what I thought she was going to apologize. She apologized for thinking that I was... that she thought I was going to harm you, or she thought that I was just a bad person, and... Well, I understand that, and I accepted that apology. I thought that she was going to apologize for stalking us all of last date.
That might be my fault. I do intend on speaking with her as well. I apologize for that.
Right. Well, it's fine, I understand. And I didn't want to, say anything in the moment. I mean, I didn't want to interrupt anything, and to an extent I got it, but when she started to follow us in the smoke form, I mean, I don't know that you caught sight of her, but she was spying on us when we were up there. Only when we decided to jump did she become fully corporeal and looked at me.
No, I hadn't noticed her until we stood up again.
Yes, and to be honest, I found it a bit creepy. I mean... But anyway, I don't want to, and, I'm sure that you can have a chat with her or something. Although if she does it again, it'll have to be me that has a chat with her. And while I'm not harsh, she might not take it the same way as you do, as if you didn't, because, you know, she doesn't... She already thought that I was some kind of... rar.
Well, perhaps some lessons need to be learned. Sometimes they have to be learned the hard way.
I suppose that's fair. But that's enough of this. All right. I'll see you later, all right, May?
Enjoy your day.
You're as pretty as ever today.
Say that.
You flatter me. Hate to see him go, but love to watch him leave.
You do know that people who are detained are still
This fucking bird.
innocent until proven guilty. It's a safety precaution.
I mean, have you discussed it with the Sentinel?
He is fun. It makes me a bit self-conscious.
Nothing with that. That is the point.
But he's different from people at home. And he's a good time and he flatters me. I don't think I ask for much. For a man to give me his attention and call me beautiful, really. It's all I need in a plaything. I need to have a chat with Natsumi, but then I would like to talk to you, Ilfe.
Alright, there's plenty of time in the day.
If you are busy when I find you next, then I will meet up with you another time.
Alright, I don't think I should be unless something comes up, but take your time.
Very well.
I can use the time to practice talking with people anyways.
It just takes some getting used to. Give it time.
Hello.
Hi.
You know, to be fair, I've only seen them together a few times. I'm not sure if they're together or if it's incidental, but I've seen them a bunch together, so...
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. The name's Maeve, by the way. Maeve O'Bannon.
That's it.
Nice to meet you.
Pardon me.
I went through the wrong door. The Lord from Valinor has been walking around with the fox. Or a wolf, I can't quite tell.
She's a kitsune, as I understand.
Do you know where she comes from?
She said she came from Inode, but she hasn't been there in years.
That's not a good sign.
I have seen them talking together quite frequently, in secret.
When I cast this spell, this is the spot that I would like us to meet. It's not safe until we have a home to do it inside the house. But we have to be careful of those who can fly.
Yes.
We must stay away from the rooftops, as I don't know how perceptive their hearing is from there. And I don't think that they can stabilize on the trees. Come. That way I can keep an eye out. How do you feel?
I feel nothing.
Stand. I have a task for you. Something that I'd like for you to take your time with. Be it weeks, months, a year, I don't care. I would like for you to get close to that pink kitsune. Befriend her. Or let her think that she is convincing you of something. Be it betrayal or otherwise.
Understood.
That lord is a messenger of the king, as I'm sure you've heard. Perhaps he confides in her, if she belongs to him. Perhaps we can learn more about this system that they've been setting up.
I will do my best, Lady Kalypsia.
I'm certain that you will. Otherwise, you would not be here. You do not need to remain at my side the entire day. Though at night, I would like for you to return to me unless you see me with the bird.
Understood.
Now go away.
Understood.
Your hands are dirty. No matter how good the cause. But someone's has to be. So let it be mine. Perhaps a book will take our mind off things. Let's read some lore and character, and that'll be fun. Every time I see that dwarf model, it reminds me of Belgium. A museum.
If you knew magic, you knew it all.
Oh, no. So, for example, my ring here, it is enchanted with runes.
Oh, that's right. We need to talk to Elfie. Shall we?
Of course. I think I'm getting better at talking to people. I spoke to 2 new people today, and I also apologized to Alden.
I see.
Nothing they were sharing. They simply said they were familiar with his case. And that he should be a free man, considering he's not aboard the Kalypsia.
Sausage and mushroom, eggs with... Oh, that's not an egg.
With bacon, please.
Yes, alright. Wonderful. Well, let's go sit down.
I would offer you tea, but I've been told that my tea is quite bad.
I don't think so at all.
Alden had other plans. Or I suppose other ideas. Get comfortable. It may be a minute.
All right.
I need a drink.
I still don't think your tea was bad, though.
I wish this was water. Wow, I've never said that before. I hate water. Well, perhaps it is because you have not yet had a chance to try very many things.
Maybe, but nobody's made food for me before. Like that, at least. So I thought it was special.
That's sweet of you.
I thought it was sweet of you to make it for me.
Well, I certainly tried my best. I don't have much experience with it all. This is about what we spoke about the other night. I had spent most of yesterday house hunting, but thinking about this topic. And truthfully, I wish that I had some beautifully crafted way to explain it to you, but I don't, and admittedly I may fumble through what I might say.
That's okay. I'll listen regardless.
You are of my people. Of Hinode. I feel responsible for you in some ways. My intention was to guide you through this journey, be there if you needed a shoulder, offer you comfort where I could while you learned about the world. I'd still like to be that, but I fear that perhaps your heart might lead you down a different path. You said you felt you didn't like Alden yesterday. I worry that that might have been jealousy. And it's not something I would like to fester.
I don't think I'm jealous.
How can you be sure?
Jealousy is when you want something someone else has, right? I don't think I want anything Alden has.
Then what do you think it was?
I think I was... I saw him making you smile and laugh, and I thought to myself that I can't do that for you. I felt like I wasn't enough. I don't think I need to be the only one who can do that for you. I don't even think that's possible for there to only be one person who could. I guess I just felt like I wanted to be able to do that in the first place. And because of my lack of experience with things, I'm not so good at that.
I'm relieved to hear you explain it. Perhaps it's not as bad as I thought it was. I thought I was over here about to make a mess of things.
What do you mean by that?
I'm not certain how much you understand about the world or feelings or emotions. I'm still learning what you know. And I was worried that I had been too kind, and perhaps there were feelings in a way that I wasn't intending for.
Hmm. I mean, you're kind to me, and I try to be kind to you.
You're very kind. You're very sweet. You are someone that I appreciate.
You're someone that I appreciate, May. I... I enjoy the time that we spend together.
As do I. Alden did make mention of you watching us last night.
You said that you expected that I would be, so I thought that meant I should.
I don't think you're at fault by any means, it probably is my poor phrasing that caused that. So I apologize. He may have some misgivings about that, but I don't believe that you're truly at fault if it was something that I said.
Oh, I don't want it to be your fault either.
It just means I need to be more careful with my words. And I will be.
I'll try to learn better what you mean when you say things.
Should I ever feel like I'm in trouble or that I need help, then rest assured that you or Natsumi will be who I try and find.
It is a bit relieving to know that your guard is here now.
I agree. It is comforting.
So...
It's not very comforting.
He questioned why I trusted you, though, and I didn't understand why.
How do you mean?
She said you just trust anyone who's kind to you.
Natsumi has a harsh understanding of people. She is a soldier, thoroughly trained. She can be a bit pessimistic in her wording. I think it's her way of gauging whether or not she can trust you. It is her job to protect me, after all. If she thinks that you are a threat, then she's doing her best at her job. But I do not think that you are. Yet.
Have you told her anything about me?
No. Well, I told her my understanding of you. That you're from home, our home, and that you've not seen much of the world. That you're learning. Nothing else.
Do you think it would best to keep the rest to ourselves for now?
If I do not feel as though it is necessary, then I will not tell her. I did not agree. Therefore,
She
I did
allowed
not
me to
lie.
follow her on her patrol today.
Really? I'm impressed. She doesn't usually let that happen.
Well, she asked why I was following her at first, and I told her because you said I could trust her, and that it was scary to be totally alone with no one you could trust. And then she just let me come along.
Did she welcome you, or did she silently accept that as an answer?
I asked her if I wasn't supposed to be following her, and she said it's your choice.
That's an interesting response. For a girl who doesn't have much choice herself. I'm glad. I'm glad she's trying.
I'm glad too. I'd like to read up a bit more about Hinode so I can understand her position better.
I'm not sure there's much written in books here, but perhaps there's a bit, and perhaps we can find more.
Though there is something, I think I have a better idea of who or what you are. The small one with the blue hair. I overheard him refer to you as Jilheika one time.
He did.
Your Highness in the native tongue.
Do you believe him?
Do you want me to believe him?
Only if you don't start adding titles before you call me by my name.
If you don't want me to refer to you like that, I won't.
I'd rather not.
Then you're still just May to me.
Thank you. It's not something that I am very excited to explain to anyone else who finds out just yet. I'm sure it's unheard of for someone's ruler to be so far from home.
I suppose so. I mean, I don't get it entirely, but I imagine it could be a bit bothersome to explain.
That's a way to put it, yeah.
In a similar way as I would not like to explain where I came from to most people.
Yet another thing we can relate to. I find that we have more and more in common.
I'm glad that we do.
I find it interesting, despite how different our lives are. There are people here that I'm not quite sure yet would be of the few to try and convince you that I am someone not to be trusted. If anyone does try, I'd love to know.
I'll let you know then.
I'm not interested in conflict or war. Just diplomatic resolve. Oh, fuck. Oh no.
I'm glad to hear that. From what I know about it, war is never a good thing.
It's senseless. The world would be better without it. But unfortunately, all of the world does not get along, and not everyone is good.
Well, you're good. So it's probably a good thing that you are a ruler. We could use more like you.
It's all new to me. I wasn't expecting to ever have the seat in the first place. It belonged to my uncle. And then he passed.
How long ago was that?
Nearly 3 years at this stage.
That's quite a small amount of time. You're long-lived, aren't you?
Yes. Not as long as some elves, but certainly longer than most beastkin. I am nearly 100 years old. It's rather young for my race.
Oh. I didn't realize that I was older than you.
And how old is that?
I'm 335.
If you don't mind my asking, how much of that has been spent outside of a cell?
At most a month and a half, I think.
That is quite a long time.
My family was quite big, and I was the youngest of them at the time, so I was the last on priority for execution. The older a mage is, the more powerful they're considered to be.
I apologize if you've already told me. But is there anyone left, other than you? You're certain?
They sacrificed themselves so that I could leave.
At least there's not more of her, whatever her family did. Did you ever get to mourn for them? Did you care for them?
I did care for them, but I never had a chance to mourn. I'm not entirely sure how you're supposed to, and with the dream, I was a bit focused on making sure I made it to Milsante on time.
I would like to do something for you. Will you allow me tomorrow to plan it so that I can show you the next day?
I've got plenty of time, so a couple days is nothing.
Very well. I'm sorry for your losses.
It's not your fault. You didn't know. And you're the first person to offer to mourn. My family's deaths were celebrated, not mourned.
So was my father's. I was not allowed to mourn either.
We lead such different lives, yet we find so many similarities. I'm sorry that happened to you.
We can be sorry for each other. Unfortunately, it doesn't really change anything. And I'd rather you spend your energy on more positive things.
But you are a positive thing.
Can I give you a task for... I suppose before 2 days from now. Sometime between now and 2 days from now. I want you to find the prettiest flowers that you can. If they are in the shop, tell me, and I will give you coin.
I do have my own money.
But this
Not
is
a lot, but
something that I'm trying to do for you.
All right.
So long as you like them, that's all that matters.
All right, I'll let you know.
She's so cute. Fuck.
Oh, would you be okay waiting here for a moment?
Sure.
You just reminded me of something from yesterday.
I wonder what it is. Should I be concerned? Perhaps not. Her background does concern me, but perhaps she is just innocent in all of this.
I'm back.
What is it?
Do you mind if I put something in your hair?
Not at all.
The flowers that were on the balcony, they were vibrant and red, and it reminded me of you. I thought they would look good in your hair.
Thank you. I'll try to take care of them. When they begin to wilt, I'll have them preserved.
I didn't know that you could preserve flowers.
They'll never be as beautiful as they are when they're growing wild. But sometimes people press them between pages of a book. And it keeps them mostly steady, long enough to hold on to, so long as they're kept somewhere safe. And I enjoy to read, so perhaps I'll keep them pressed in various books. I'll open a random page and be reminded.
If they ever wilt too much, let me know and I'll get you more.
Of course. Thank you. She's so attached. You're a good friend, Elfie.
Well, that's because you've been a good friend to me.
I'm trying. And I'm looking forward to watching you grow. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Well...
What are you doing?
Then hopefully I become a beautiful flower too.
Oh,
One that you can hold on to.
Certainly. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Oh, God. You're gonna put me to sleep. You know exactly what you're doing.
Your face is just as soft as your hands.
I'll take that as a compliment.
I think it's comforting.
What am I going to do with you? Nothing.
What do you mean?
It's a figure of speech. It could mean a lot of things. I'm not sure how to explain it exactly.
I see. You've touched my face a few times, so I thought maybe it was something I could do too.
How do you interpret that gesture?
It's warm and comforting. Under other circumstances, it would make me scared, like I was going to be hit again. But you're gentle. Your hands aren't like the rough hands of those who would hit me. It feels like care.
It is. A bit of a change of topic. Did you know the names of the guards that watched over you?
No.
Alright.
They weren't supposed to say their names in front of us.
Do you know anything at all about them?
Why do you ask?
I simply wish to know more about this system we have in place that I know nothing about. To prevent something like you ever happening again. I want to know who they are.
They were armored. More than other guards I've seen. All of them were male. Not like Natsume.
There's a reason for that.
It was always the humans in the guard that would hit the hardest. That's all I remember offhand.
Very well. Are they living?
I've never killed anyone, if that's what you're asking.
Not specifically you. Just curious if they are still alive as far as you're aware.
Not all of them, but that's because humans don't live nearly as long as I do. I've seen the guard change a few times over before. The ones who were there when I left were... My family put them to sleep.
To sleep?
Oh. My My family has studied magic for a very long time. And they knew some magics thought to be lost in the modern day. They used a hex to get me out. That was powered by the sacrifice of their lives. Every time one of my family was executed, a hex would be placed on the guard who did it. A small one. They taught me how to send out a signal with my mana to activate the hex. So, by the time it was just me left and I had had the dream, I activated it. It put the guards to sleep for around 10 minutes.
It's not permanent.
And I was able to walk out. I recovered my family's staff and grimoire and the map that I had found, as well as some clothing. Back in the cell, we wore only tattered rags.
I see. Thank you for telling me.
Well, I can trust you. You already knew who I was and where I came from, so the extra details couldn't hurt.
I do apologize for having you recount all of these things, but I am trying to understand, and if I can, I would like to change things there.
I hope you can change things there.
Me too.
If I can help at all, let me know.
I'll bear that in mind.
It's the least I could do with all the help you've given me.
I don't expect things to be paid back in any way. I don't hold any of it over your head. I don't expect things in return.
It's just how I know to operate. Magic has always worked on an equivalent exchange, so you should get something if you give me something.
Even so, I hope that isn't always the case. If I give you a gift, then I do not want anything back for it.
But you're getting something back inherently. You enjoy seeing me happy, right?
Of course. I suppose
Then
that's
there's
not
an
what I meant.
exchange.
That's an exchange that I'm okay with.
Though if I do get you a gift, no, it's not just for that.
Very well.
I'd like you to have plenty of things to remember me by.
I'm sure we've got plenty of time yet. Besides, we are long-lived. There are memories to be had and preserved. We are more fortunate than most to be able to share similar lifespans.
That means we get to stay with each other and not get too lonely.
Precisely.
Well then, if you'll allow me, I'd like to stay with you.
Do you know what that means? I don't think you know what that means. I could be pulled away due to my position. I could be sent home indefinitely. Do you intend to follow me there?
If you'd allow it.
Really? I'd like you to put some thought into that.
You said that you would keep me safe.
I did. I know. I suppose I didn't expect that to mean that you had to stay by my side, should I be called elsewhere.
Well, if you'd be coming back, then that's fine. I can wait. I've waited my whole life just to see the sky. It's nothing I'm not used to. But if you were going and not coming back, I'd like to be able to still see you.
I suppose I understand. But perhaps circumstances wouldn't allow it.
Maybe, but there's a lot of things that I wasn't allowed before. Things that I was told I'd never be allowed. It turns out that I'm pretty good at defying what is allowed in me.
Even if I told you no.
I suppose it would depend what would make you the happiest.
I suppose that's up in the air until then.
I think that there's plenty of things that you've had to say no to that weren't something that actually made you happy to say no to.
Perhaps.
Well then, we'll see in the moment, won't we?
I suppose we will.
But hopefully a moment like that doesn't come up.
Hopefully not. But it's difficult to say at times.
Well, it's not like I'm in a circumstance too dissimilar from that. At any moment, somebody could recognize me and try to pull me back to the cells.
I won't be far if that does happen while you're here. And Natsumi will do as I command.
Well, if you would come for me, then I would have to come for you.
She got Aelfig jump scared. I think perhaps you're too sweet for your own good. It's going to get you hurt one day.
Maybe so, but I think I'm happier being like this than I would be being colder.
Or in a cell, perhaps.
I couldn't show people how I felt before, so this is liberating.
Becca, correct? You said you were part of the clinic, correct? Those people that just passed us. Apparently they are without bedding, and they do not have the proper coin to sort of have a place even among the outside. I was wondering if you would be inclined to sort of have them allow bedding in the clinic if there are no one
Hello to you as well.
incapacitated.
I do not think that we have anyone in there. I could double check with the other doctor, but I don't see why not.
Okay, then I
Is that
assume that
Asato?
this is an open offer then, that we can allow them at least temporarily stay. Obviously, should an emergency arrive, we can flip them off the beds.
Okay.
I'm second guessing my tea.
Okay then. And hold nothing back if should you need the bed and someone is dying, bleeding on the floor.
Maybe there's a book on tea making
Priority,
that I could find.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Maybe.
Thank you for
I could try making it for you sometime.
Just trying to help people.
And you are lovely for it.
Hello again.
Hi, Powder.
She's a shy one.
Did not seem shy to me.
Trust me, I tried to get close to her in terms of conversating with her.
Hey, Eka.
Hello, hope I am not intruding.
I don't think you are. We're just saying hi to Powder.
Do you know if anyone owns this cat?
Oh yes, the game.
Been following around Leto. Currently stay in our inn room, but I don't know if anyone actually owned cat.
Interesting. I see. Please give me just a moment.
I suppose in this case, would you be...
I suppose that is also a similarity. I meant more so how they act. Sort of do their own thing. They need their space, but they also are affectionate.
Fair enough. I mean, never seen cat up close until got on ship, so I'd take your word on it.
I saw a few in my travels. Though this is the first one that's let me get close enough to touch it.
I am an employee here at the City Hall. I have time, so perhaps I can sort of forward in a good word. You said you are... what is sort of your profession in this case?
You mentioned that you like cats too, right?
Right.
I suppose...
There are many back home.
If there's a profession you wish to, if you do not have a profession, that is fine too. But if, living quarters is
I think it's intrigued by you.
I don't know why.
Very well.
What did you see or hear that was bothering you? I noticed your ears going down.
It's nothing. It was rude of me to even show such things.
I'd like to know the things that bother you, though, so that I could help you avoid them, and hopefully not do those things myself.
It wasn't an action. It's not something anyone did. I am sensitive about my kind and the elves, particularly their mingling, because I'm not sure why it happens. I can't be sure, but the blonde one had both tall ears like mine and ears of an elf.
I don't think I've ever seen someone like that before.
Nor have I. I wish that I hadn't.
I'm sorry that you saw that then.
It is not yours to apologize for. It is simply the way things are devolving in that part of the world.
I suppose so. But still, it's good to know that it bothers you. Well, it's not something I have to worry about me doing. It's nice to know more about you.
It's unbecoming, even so, even if it's something that I don't like.
Well, I won't tell anyone.
I trust that.
Remember, you're just made of me.
Thank you.
Would you like to go outside?
Some air would be nice. Thank you.
I'll catch up in a second. I forgot my staff in the room.
She really can't part with those things. would you stop and stare at me? The fuck?
There also comes risk. Maybe if pouring potion with affinity might crash with person's mana.
So this is accident.
Yes, it's an accident.
We're good
I'm
then.
not actually attacked. Okay. Alrighty.
Hi there.
Hi.
See you walking around everywhere. You got quite the calm disposition about you.
I suppose that's true. Did you board with us a few days ago?
Yeah, just stay below deck though. Had work to do.
Work? Do you work here?
Enough. You know, mostly leather. If anyone needs leather, I'll tan it. You know, if there's any kind of hide, I fix it up, turn it into leather. You know, I'm not good at shaping it though, nor am I good at making gear. I want to work on that though.
At least you're honest about it. Did you live here before?
No, from some village, small village. Not actually sure where. Never learned. Just kind of was told, get out there. You've been given life. Or life anew is what it was called.
And you found yourself aboard the first airship to exist. Congratulations.
Exactly. What's more exciting than this?
I couldn't agree more.
And new experiences everywhere.
Where do you suppose we're sailing over now?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Suppose you did mention that you didn't know the name of your village.
No, very small. Like 3 buildings. And, you know, mine was a way off.
May.
Maeve. Very close.
Very close. It's a beautiful name.
So is yours. Very similar. So that obviously that means the beauty is in the same.
I suppose we could say that. Are you getting along all right?
Seems like it. People are taking interest in my work, though probably
You're
won't
so
find
cute.
much of it here, because we're in the sky is all.
For now, but we will have to land eventually, and if you've heard anything about the dreams, then I imagine you will be quite useful in trying to help us stop such things with your equipment.
You know, never had the dream myself, but I've heard a lot about it. I've had a lot of dreams, but nothing like that. Though, I'm willing to help any way I can. You know, calamity as it may be, it's something new. And if people want to try to stop it, who am I to stop them?
It's a good mindset to have. I'm sure you'd be welcome aboard those who are trying to help, even if you've not yet had the dream.
Oh, so I will, eventually? It's like something that's bound to happen.
It's hard to say. Some have had theirs years ago, some only a few days. It could happen for you.
Oh. Alright, sounds like a scary dream, though. Not say I'm looking too forward to it.
No, it's not something to take pleasure in. It's quite terrible, actually. Should it amount to anything at all.
Yeah, I guess the positive is it'll give me a goal to my adventure. Rather than just, you know, experiencing new things and seeing the world.
A valiant path to walk. I can understand.
Yeah. You know, it's good to see a lot of my own kind here. You know, me pa, this is a pretty special thing when it happened. So, you know, didn't think there was many of them. But could be just 'cause small town. Small knowledge.
Could be. I do find it quite interesting, the amount of beastkin that roam the streets. but I welcome it. It's nice to see.
Yeah? Makes for some fun times. Though, the cat ones. Ooh. Well, cats in general. Just kind of got that inner urge to...
Well, don't do that. It's only been a few days. You don't want to make trouble for yourself already.
No, never attack them. Just, you know, kind of that urge that's like, stay away from me, please. Let's keep our distance. Though I did learn one of them's not meant to be a cat. It's actually a mistake, so I'm going to try treating them nicer.
Which one might that be?
The one that is very cat-like, small, wears the white cloak, is more cat than person. Never caught their name. Just overheard that, you know, someone turned them into a cat.
I see. It's not ringing any bells, but I'm sure I'll realize when I see them again.
Maybe.
Hi.
Hi.
Have you met Maeve?
Yeah, we had a great conversation.
Good.
Yes.
Very good.
They told me that they're a leather worker.
Indeed.
Yeah, I also like to do the hunting too. Cut out the middleman when procuring the hides. Though, I will use the middleman if there's no hunting to be done.
Very good.
I was telling her about different methods of using her fire magic for hunting, so not to damage the hide.
You're a fire mage.
Yeah, fireball damages the hide. Typically, you want to use your sword, make an incision to kill, because then the hide's in the most pristine quality. The fireball, Papa told me, was purely to defend
She's
yourself.
so cute.
Big bear rolls up on you, and you can't take that by yourself. You gotta resort to magic. Something big and flashy to scare it away, or to kill it.
You're skilled in your magics, then.
That's about all I know, though.
I've never seen a bear before.
Gets the job done. Well...
Very big.
Mm.
They like to roar, they charge. Kinda dumb, to be honest.
I wouldn't underestimate them, though.
No, not at all. They're very fierce. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you. I just saw you, and you were one of the people I hadn't talked to yet. And I saw you come up here, and I was like, what more of a better opportunity to speak to someone new?
Well,
So, I'll be around.
it was a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to seeing you more.
Yeah. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'll see you around.
She's cute.
There's that word again.
Do be careful. Oh, there's an actual cat. Okay.
I'm used to being up high. When I traveled, I would sleep in trees to avoid any predators on the ground.
Very well. I nearly
There
fell
will
off the
never a
ledge
tree
yesterday.
this tall. I know, I kind of saw that.
Would you believe me if I told you I used to walk the rooftops on Hino Day?
I don't see a reason that you would lie to me.
I haven't found a good way to get up onto these ones here yet. But I would love to, if I can find a way. I like being up
There
high.
was one that I was able to get up on. I could show it to you.
Yes, perhaps tomorrow. I like it up here. If ever you can't find me, this is a pretty good place to look. I'm going to see about requisitioning some benches. Perhaps a pavilion of sorts.
I suppose that it's, not unusual for me to have to look up at you, at least somewhat.
I've been gifted with height, unlike some, although Natsumi is rather tall as well. Perhaps it runs in our blood.
True. A lot of the people in my family were very tall, but I said something about my growth being stunted due to lack of proper food.
You are a dragon, I believe that. Ah, the cat he was talking about. The cat she was talking about.
Yes. I saw that cat earlier.
Seems as though they're coming up here.
And
hello.
Graceful.
Looking down on the peasants below.
I wouldn't call them that.
I know. How has your day been?
It's been alright. Could be better, I suppose. All things considered, not bad though.
Well, that's good. I hope it gets better.
Do you
And
like
you should
cats?
be careful. I don't mind them. Speaking of.
Hello.
You. Hang on 1 second. Oh God, this is where I. You with the red hair. What is your name?
Oh.
You're not going to introduce
Respectfully.
yourself first?
My name is Professor B. Callion, but you can just call me Barry.
Professor?
I'm stuck in a cat body.
I see.
Yes.
Do you do handshakes, Professor?
If you want. Here.
May.
Nice to meet you.
You as well.
I appreciate the concern, but I'm used to being in high places.
Well, if you say so.
Yes, but.
I slept in trees on my
Your
trip
name?
here. I kept
May.
away from predators on the ground.
I believe I just told
May.
you.
Apologies. There's like a fur ball stuck in my head, and I can't honestly get it out of my head. But May. Understood. Thank you.
It was a pleasure to meet you.
Yes. So, Maeve, that dog lady down there. Don't me. Oh. Did they just jump off?
They have wings. I'm sure they're fine.
Okay. That's great. Certainly interesting. So yes, let me just gather myself. Okay. Maeve, down there, told me to come to you. To help with my situation.
No, I don't know any magics to change you back. I didn't know that there was someone like you wandering the streets. They must have pointed you out to me in that regard.
Yeah. Hi.
However,
What is your name?
What?
What is your name?
Whatever has changed
My name is
them
Selden. It's nice to
magical,
meet you.
perhaps I could find something in my
Professor.
grimoire.
Nice to meet you too.
Couldn't hurt.
I feel like I accidentally cut our conversation short. I apologize.
No,
This
you're
attention
fine.
span of mine is.
You're totally fine. I'm curious. How is it being in a cat's body?
Hi, it's quite interesting. Somehow I'm still afraid of heights, but I tried eating the local mouse, who can also talk, maybe twice. I drank the fountain water. I don't recommend that. It tastes awfully metallic. It's really not that good. Don't do it.
There's a perfectly good tavern on the other side.
Yeah, sadly I was familiar with the place. You know, after I drank the fountain water.
It's rather unfortunate.
It is very
What
unfortunate.
were you before your little accident, Professor?
I was a professor in Kishan. I would teach pupils in philosophy.
Canonically, I was looking at him, but I was looking at myself,
interesting,
yes.
But I meant what race.
Oh, I believe I'm beastkin, if I'm being honest with you.
Are you also a cat?
I'm rather big for a cat.
Right,
Not
well...
small, but big.
I meant beforehand, Professor.
Oh, human. Human. I was
right.
100%
Unfortunate.
full red-blooded human.
Would you have preferred he was a cat?
Almost. I prefer beastkin over most.
Well, technically he's one of them now. One of us! Welcome.
Yeah.
Well, then perhaps you should stay that way forever.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, yes, that is true.
Is it?
Well, there is something. I feel almost guilty for being a human. I apologize. I don't know if that is the right thing to do. But I'm sorry you've maybe had some bad experience with humans.
I don't mean anything by it. You have nothing to apologize for. It's not your fault that you're human.
True.
Well, that you were human.
Repeat
That you
that,
were
please.
human.
That I was a human. Yes, were.
Yes.
But anyways, what do you all do around this ship and everything?
Well, I run the farm. I'm going to be making a nice little garden with herbs and stuff around. So if you're interested or you have a stomach ache or something like that, then you can come to me. Or if you want chico-grief eggs.
Well, look into it.
Right.
What do you do, man? Or whoever wants to go.
Please talk.
I'm
There
opening a small magic shop, selling spells and eventually different foci such as stabs, wands, magic crystals, and the like.
Do you perhaps by any chance could provide an ailment to my condition at all?
I'd have to look in my family's grimoire to see if there's anything about it.
Understood. No pressure. I'm kind of asking everyone at this point, so literally no pressure.
It's not unlikely that they may have encountered something like that. My family has studied magic for generations, and we are dragonkin, so that's a long time for a human.
I see. Well, thank you. And I'm excited to see that shop. In May.
Quite good. I've got a job elsewhere. Back home. I'm simply here due to the
I see.
dream.
Have you had a dream?
Yes, I have shared the same dream.
I like this person's voice.
It was rather...
It's really nice to listen to. Actually, reminds me of someone I used to know.
Dream?
No, it was not.
Well, I don't get along with anymore, but that's fine.
Oh, I see.
They were a cat avatar too, which is really funny.
Yes,
I don't think they're the same person though.
Had my scholarly clothes on, had my nice hair, and I remember it very vividly. And now
I see.
I'm here. Yeah.
Well, now you have very nice fur and a scholarly cloak as well, in a way.
Thank you. I tried my best. I really just... I don't know why, but there was like a collar. I thought I would fit in, so I just put it on. I don't know.
I wonder if Gideon has anything that could help him.
Or if you need, somebody to assist with libraries or teaching philosophy, I think I can maybe help. Around here, maybe?
There is a public library, from what I understand. There's also one in the Eye of Time. It's much smaller, though, and I'm not sure it needs tending to. No!
I see. Well,
But
I'll look into what I can.
just over there should be a library.
I see. Well, thank you, May.
Of course.
I am probably going to get out of your, hair, and I'm going to try to get some more free food out of my newfound cuteness, I think.
Use and abuse it.
That works, right?
It works.
Yes, exactly.
Good luck. So
Right,
you're
well,
a
I'm
criminal.
not going to jump down. That would be suicide.
It would in fact
And
be
I haven't
suicide.
gotten to that point yet, so anyways, have a nice day.
You as well. That wasn't on my bingo card for the day.
I thought I was the strangest person here.
He's not even the strangest person here.
Who would you say is?
The four-eared one.
True.
I really ought to stop saying that.
It's just us.
Not for long. On your right.
Well, when it is just us, don't feel like you need to watch what you say.
I'll think about it.
Oh, I thought about the flowers. There's two kinds that I think would look good together. There's the red ones that I put in your hair. And then lavender. Like the bush that you said matches my eyes.
Very well. We can work with that. I'll make sure we get a hold of some.
I know that the flower shop has plenty of the red ones. Lavender, I'm not sure whether they have or not. Though I'd imagine if they don't have it, maybe the alchemy shop would. I've heard it's used in a few different kinds of potions.
Right. Lavender's a common ingredient, from what I remember.
It's too bad there are so many trees on the other side here. You can't get a very good view of the chicographs.
I was thinking that earlier, passing through.
I guess that we think similar thoughts.
I suppose that he left already.
Went to steal food from the tavern. Though I can't.
To be
say
fair, I do
stealing.
feel for him. Right. Well, it's not really stealing. In a way, I'm still not sure if we're gonna get charged for it.
I've been waiting, but it hasn't come.
Right. But yes, no, I do feel for him. I mean, suddenly you went from a human to a wild folk. I can imagine that there's thoughts and instincts and feelings that he's never experienced.
You certainly like to prod on the fact that he's no longer human.
Well, I just find it so interesting. I'm kind of curious about the differences, you know? Who have you met that's been a different race and then became another one?
Well, artificially speaking, I think you're speaking to one right now.
Well, you know, I suppose that's true, isn't it?
I was also once
jeweler
human.
from yes, from the jeweler shop Gemstone. I mean, come on, you should have come up with something a bit more creative. Did you think I wasn't gonna ask?
I knew someone would ask eventually.
What are you talking about, Alden? This is my very good human friend, May.
Yes. I like your costume.
Thank you. I'll have to rent a new one sometime. Although it was rather uncomfortable. Have you ever had to hide your horns in your tail or your wings?
I hid them for a while. After I left home, I wasn't sure how people would react to it.
I never had to, and I never did. And I don't think I ever will.
No. Until we find ourselves somewhere in Delegation or further down south. They don't allow such things.
Well, in Delegation, you mean the forest?
Further. Those who take issue with
further south?
Magic also seem to not have much of a liking for V-skin.
Right. Well, that's their problem.
But you may find yourself having to be disguised.
Perhaps.
And for all you know,
maybe
I'm
I'll
still
disguise
in disguise.
as a... Yes, maybe. You know, maybe I'll disguise myself as a kitsune. You think I'd make a good kitsune?
Not in these colors.
Fair enough.
I'd hope you're not still disguised. You look beautiful like this.
I am in some ways. Nothing serious, though.
Beautiful? Well, yes, in many ways.
Disguised.
I know what you meant.
This bird.
Speaking of... But I was going to point at the sun. Oh, there it is. You know? Wait, no, I think it was me. Never mind. I just realized that perhaps because of, you know, me leaving, perhaps I thought that it was getting later than it is. So never mind.
That is the question, though. Did you want to meet at night or in the evening?
Well, the evening.
Very well. Then I'll be here when the sun begins to set.
Alright, well, I just wanted to say hello, and then that cat, human cat, came along.
Catman.
Yes.
Oh, poor thing. He'll find his way.
Alright, well... Off I go, I suppose. I'll see you later.
Got a feather in my hair.
Is it one of his?
I think so. It's black.
I see. I'm going to head back to the room for just a moment. I'll probably be there for just a little bit.
Oh, there was one thing I was curious about with your appearance.
Oh?
When you first came to me after you had changed, your eyes were more like mine, but now...
It happens from time to time. It's not something I have control over. They look like this most of the time. When I use magic
Do
or...
you know why it happens?
Not specifically. I think it has something to do with emotion or how closely connected with our culture I am at the moment. Sort of like when a priest worships their god, they... some sort of semblance comes over them.
I was always told that my eyes looked like this because of a higher concentration of dark affinities.
I suppose that could be it, but I don't believe that our god is dark.
I suppose there's many different ways to achieve it. Doesn't all have to be the same.
I suppose that's true. When I'm not disguised, or when I'm casting, is when it tends to happen the most.
I see.
I'm not hiding much else. Just the amount of tails, I suppose.
Oh. That's right. Natsumi has a lot of tails.
I wouldn't say a lot.
And there's that... There's also that one girl, Akane. But she keeps hers wrapped up.
You've spoken with her?
More that she's come to speak to me.
Oh? Do
Hello,
you
nice to
want
meet you.
anything in particular?
Be careful, by the way. The envoy from Valinor, as well as Jasper and Biskin, they're in the main hall, so... I saw Natsumi there, though, so...
Thank you. We'll go through the side door.
The first time that we spoke was back in Milsante. They approached me while I was sitting alone on a bench. It was mostly idle chatter.
Not do that.
The second time was during the festival. They approached me once again while I was sitting alone. It was sort of like they were checking on me.
Did they ask you any particular questions?
Nothing that I recall in particular. But I did notice that she was hanging around that person from Valinor earlier today. They were talking like they knew each other.
That's been my suspicion as well.
She also mentioned that she binds her tails because she doesn't believe that the number of tails matters.
I'm of similar belief. Somewhat. I think it has something to do with how watered down your bloodline is. But I don't think the amount of tails someone has should determine whether or not they should rule.
Is that what determined you ruling?
Somewhat. My uncle, he had 9 tails. He was the ruler. My father, he was the same. For me, I think it was both. Bloodline of the previous emperor and the amount of tails that I have. But I don't have 9. I suppose I'll keep that a secret for now, though.
That's fine. I don't really need to know how many you have. Not unless you want me to.
I don't think it changes our relationship at all. I don't think it's necessary.
I was told once by some people in my family that certain dragonkin clans would measure somebody's worth by the length of their tail.
I suppose that's an interesting way of doing it.
And others by how big their horns were.
That one makes more sense to me.
I don't understand either entirely, but it never really applied to me given my life, so...
I suppose not.
Oh, sorry, I followed you in since we were talking, but you said you needed to do something.
I don't mind. I just need a few moments, and then I'll likely find Alden.
I see.
Be careful.
Are you two going out again, or...?
It seems that he has something planned, though I'm not quite sure what.
There's people outside our door. I can see them through the crack. I can't tell who. They walked away.
Do you know what colors?
Red and a turquoise-looking color, I believe.
Perhaps it was
I think it was their clothing.
I wouldn't fret too much about it. I know Natsumi is not far. Should it be anything at all?
I see.
Beta, please. I just want some water.
Alright then. Well, I'll go on about my day, and if you need me, you can come find me, right?
Certainly.
Oh, and, whenever you have a free night, I'd like to take you out, too.
Very well.
Then it's a date.
I suppose it is.
See you later, May.
I told her I didn't have 9, but I've been actually debating whether or not I want 9. I haven't decided yet. I haven't decided yet. I don't know if I want 9 or not. What time is sunset? I think it's now. I think I'm out of time. I need water, though. This is like number 1 most important thing. guacamole. I needed that. I really needed that. I think it is becoming evening. Look.
Uncomplicated, certainly. But it...
Enjoying drinking the hopscotch.
Find a way to make the iron break. Yes, Leto? You don't need to aim with that. It just erases everything in the forward direction.
You were early?
I was showing Law how to get up there and I saw you, so really. Just a fun coincidence.
Did you still want to go up there?
We can, but I thought that we could go to the farm, you know, enjoy nature for a little bit.
Sure.
Alright. Do you like nature?
I do enjoy being outside.
That's good.
Alden, you've really got to stop running everywhere.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't really mean to run. It's just the legs, you know, they go at their pace and...
Perhaps I could teach you to walk places.
Oh, what is that meant to mean, huh?
It means you run and fly everywhere. Maybe you need to appreciate nature.
I appreciate it a lot, from above and at a fast pace.
I will admit, it's really amusing to see you walking around.
It's very cruel.
It doesn't really suit you that well.
Well, no, I meant to fly, you know.
And run, apparently.
Well, I kinda don't want to disturb her.
She'll leave.
I know, but... Oh, we can go over there, come. Let me slowly move.
It's not. I don't mean to make fun of you.
No, it's fine. I don't mind it.
So then I can do it more.
Well, I suppose you can if you must.
Then perhaps I will.
Here we go.
Is there glass here?
Oh, yes. Ow. I just noticed. Ow. Something about burns crashing into glass, I guess.
Well, I wasn't going to stereotype you, but if you're going to do it yourself.
Yes. Alright, well, we can try over there. I know that there's rocks in that direction.
Well, you're certainly making me get my steps in.
You're making me get my steps in. My very slow steps. Well, not this way. There's nothing here. Oh, we could put a bench here. That's a nice idea.
There
Thank
needs
you,
to
thank
be
you.
more benches in general.
I'm sorry. I really can't help it.
I won't prevent you from being yourself. Run around, fly, I don't care.
Oh, yes. Well, maybe I'll pick you up then. It'll be faster that way.
As long as you ask, then I certainly don't mind. If you catch me by surprise, I just might strike you.
Oh, goodness, how scary.
You should be afraid.
There we go. This is nice. I'll help you up. There we go. Don't say I don't take you nice places.
I've never said that, actually.
I know, I'm just getting ahead. Alright. It was more of a joke, doesn't really mean anything. Alright.
It is a good view, though.
It's nice. It's much more peaceful, but I do agree that someone needs to install more benches around.
The rocks are doing quite nicely, though, for now.
Fair. Plus, you know, it's like we're connected to nature. It's in the rough. Nature's benches.
When you say nature, I imagine trees and flowers and grass.
Well, rocks are nature too. You know, don't discriminate. It's a bit unfair of you.
I suppose I do discriminate rocks from nature. More of earth and mud.
Oh. Fair. Do you have gardens or a forest that you like to go to when you're back at home in Hinode?
There's a path. It's not paved or anything. It's cobblestone, broken pieces of it, and lanterns. It's lined with trees. Leads you to a shrine that's rather secluded. It's my favorite place to be.
Oh, that sounds nice. What's nature like over there?
Well, it's green in the summer, but we're close to the north. Close to the oceans. Typically year-long, it's not quite as green. But we try to preserve what we can. The trees are pink from time to time.
Oh, that sounds nice.
It is.
We have a couple of those in Asana, but good to go on.
No, I was finished.
Well, we have all sorts of exotic plants back in Asana, and some of them are pink, but the whole trees being pink, I don't think I remember.
Well,
Well, we have all sorts of exotic plants back in Asana, and some of them are pink, but the whole trees being pink, I don't think I remember. Oh, trees being pink, I don't think I remember. Oh, trees being pink, I don't think I remember. Oh, trees being pink, I don't think I remember. Oh, trees being pink, I don't think I remember. Oh, trees being pink, I don't think I remember. Oh, trees being pink, I don't think I remember. Oh, trees being pink, I don't think I remember. Oh, trees being pink, I don't think I remember. Oh, trees being pink, I don't think I remember. Oh, trees being pink, I don't think I remember. Oh, trees being pink, I don't think I remember. Oh, trees being pink, I don't think I remember. Oh, trees being pink, I don't think I remember. Oh, trees being pink, I don't think I remember. Oh, trees being pink, I don't think I remember. Oh, trees being pink, I don't think I remember. Oh, trees being pink, I don't think I remember. Oh, trees being pink, I don't think I remem There's blues and reds and purples. But yes.
I don't think we have those at home. Mostly green, sometimes pink.
Hmm.
What are you looking
at? Do you like nature? Being on your own in it, I mean, just in general.
Whoa.
No.
I think I do. I don't see why I wouldn't. I take it you do, considering you lived in a forest.
Oh, well, just because I did, but no, I do. I do like it quite a bit. I mentioned already the feeling of freedom and the freshness of it, I suppose.
How does it feel to travel in a glass box?
I mentioned it's like breathing still air, I suppose. It's odd. It's like the air is static. You know, there's so many currents out there, and here it's just... You know?
I know you mentioned that when you talked about flying in it. But does it feel like you've got less freedom here than you did?
I suppose, in a way, I do. You know, if we're being very specific, I am trapped in a glass box that's flying in the sky to a destination unknown. But, you know, there's enough space, and if I wanted to, I could leave, even if it were just by jumping out of the side of the airship.
You'd have a long way to go, I suppose. Could you fly this high?
I'm not quite sure how high we are, to be fair.
There's quite a few clouds beneath us.
Yes.
Sounds on my feet.
Maybe I would just fall and plummet and I'd die from it. That would be ironic.
It would be quite terrible. Who knows where you'd land?
But... Oh, yes, right. I wouldn't want to wreck anyone's house.
Just fucking Alden crash landing in someone's backyard.
I'm happy to be here right now. I've Molly and other good company.
Great company.
Yes, great company. So wonderful. I mean, Natsumi is so great.
Funny. Have you gotten more than 10 words out of her?
I don't think so. Introductions, a bit about who she was, back at the merchant's town, and little else.
It's just how she is.
Nothing wrong with that.
No. Perhaps it's her training or some such.
Shouldn't you know?
I don't oversee all of the soldiers' training. Her father does. What they teach her specifically is outside my wheelhouse.
I see. Does it bother you?
No.
Fair enough. How's your family?
That's an interesting question to ask. Do you know anything of
Well,
Hino
I'm
Day
kinda
and their
curious.
politics?
They were pretty noble. No, I don't.
I suppose we're similar in some regards. My mother, she left when I was young, and my father passed a couple of years ago.
Well, I'm sorry to hear.
Don't be. It's not like you had anything to do with it, right?
Well, I'd like to think not. Do you have brothers or sisters?
I have a little sister. Back home.
I see. What's her name?
Kisa. She's a handful.
Do you miss her?
Every day. But I suppose that's why I'm here.
Right. You have to make sure that she's safe.
She's in good hands anyhow.
That's good. One less worry.
I suppose so.
To an extent, anyway. I'm sure it's not easy to just stop worrying.
You choose very interesting subjects.
Well, I just wanted to learn more about you. I can talk about myself if you want.
I'd prefer it.
Alright,
You are
fair
quite
enough.
good at it anyway.
Oh, what is that meant to mean? I wanna feel offended. Alright, well. I don't know much about my parents. When I was 6-year-old, we were in a caravan to the Asana forest. They were traders, you see, in the outskirts of Kashin. And they were ambushed by bandits, poachers, you know, their ilk. They didn't make it, but I survived because my father hid me inside of a box. The Neri inside the forest found me and they would have left me, but the farmer family of Molly, they knew my parents and they had been trading for a while with them, and so they took me in. That's how I was raised there.
I see. You're very lucky.
I was. I suppose. Yes, I was.
You have thoughts on that?
No, I mean, I wish I'd gotten to know them, but I don't have many memories of them. A couple things here and there, maybe, but... I suppose now that I think about it, it's likely that there's some farmhouse I have ruined by now that I'm the heir to, but...
Well, now you have a new farmhouse. and it comes with chicogriffs.
I do, and yes, it's nice.
You bring up nobility a lot. Is that something you're stuck on?
No. Well, kind of. I'll be honest. I don't really understand it. I don't really like the concept. It's just... I don't see it as necessary, I suppose, but... And to be fair, most of the nobles that I've met were elves, and they're awful, but...
They are quite terrible. I suppose it just happens.
And I wasn't sure... Sorry.
No, you're fine. Continue. What weren't you sure of?
Well, you, really. If I'm honest, I'm still a bit unsure, but just a little bit.
Is there anything that I can do to quell those worries?
You've been doing fine so far.
But you're still worried.
I don't think... Well, I don't think there's any one thing that you could ever do. And I wouldn't say that I'm worried. It's just... It's a bit hard to put aside in a way. I just think there's this part of me that is worried still that you're deceiving me the way that, you know, with the human thing and all that. Just a very small part of me. I'm sorry, it's hard to let go of it.
I don't fault you for it. It was a lie. Trust is not easily gained or regained. I did lie. I am still lying about some things. Or rather, preferring not to tell. But I don't think knowing changes anything.
Right, I mean, there are some things that I'm also not saying, not because I think you'd change your mind if you knew them, just, you know, some things people like to keep close to their chest. For what it's worth me, all that I've said and all that I've done has been honest. I do mean what I meant, and it is true that I want to know you, and it is true that I think you're very pretty and beautiful, and it is true that I had a lot of fun last time. And it is true that I want to continue that. If you want to.
I enjoy time spent with you. I suppose for the same reasons you're not keen on me being a noble. I like that you are not one. I like that you don't know who I am. It's comfortable, in a way. It feels safer.
I'm glad I can make you comfortable. And I'm glad I can make you safe.
Don't say it like that, God. I fucking... I can't. I need to focus.
It's been... It's just been so different, I suppose.
You're going to have to be a bit more specific.
I suppose I meant, well, you and... the time I spent with you.
It certainly didn't go the way that I had expected it to go. Not in a bad way. It was quite pleasant, actually. I wasn't sure what to expect.
Fair enough.
What's wrong?
I wasn't sure what to expect either. I didn't expect in the first place that you'd go along as much as you did.
Well, it's as you said. I owed you a favor. But I'd be lying if I had said that I was only doing it because of the favor. You intrigued
That's not what I
me, I
meant.
suppose. Then again, you're going to have to be more specific.
What I meant is, well, the jokes and the teasing and the comments and all of that. Although certainly, well, when you called it a date, I was a bit surprised.
What would you have called it?
Well, looking back on it, I suppose that's what it was.
And you call it what it is.
Fair enough.
Two people who are interested in some way, even if not in a more serious way, escaping or doing something together deliberately at an event, I think qualifies as a date.
I suppose that's fair, yes.
I would consider this one in a way. I think the sun is setting.
It is. Oh, we're on the wrong side for it.
That's alright.
Still, one of the things that I like about when the sun sets is in the opposite direction. The hues, the sky starts to become a pinkish color. It's very beautiful. It only lasts for a little bit and then becomes orange and yellow and then it goes away, but while it lasts, the pink is very nice.
It is. It's similar in a sunrise. I try to watch them when I can. I love this part of the skybox when it's still like reddish and then it's blue and then there's stars still. Like, ooh, it's so nice. It's so nice. It's so pretty. Good night. It's so pretty.
Back home, I helped a lot with the livestock, and Molly's parents, they teach me how to be a trader. From a very young age, I had to help around, and well, eventually I became good at it. I mostly traded with the outside world. Again, the Neri don't, you know, they like to keep to their own. And the Fae in general. And eventually, Molly joined the Strix Watch. The Strix Watch are a bit of a community group that keeps the forest safe, our little corner of it. And I joined with her.
Because you wanted to?
That's why. Well, I suppose I wanted to feel a bit more useful. Feel a bit... help a bit more where I could, right? And I didn't want to leave Molly alone, although she can take care of herself. And, you know, I don't know what I would have done around the farm on my own, I suppose. A bit of everything.
I think it's an honorable cause. I think it's completely reasonable to not want to be separate from someone you're so close to after, you know, finding her in the first place. But not everyone is cut out to be a soldier. Did you die? I think you did. Good night, Hase. Good night, Hase. Sweet dreams, Burb. I'll wait here. It's fine. I gotta meet Kashi in half an hour. Ish. Half an hour ish. Ish if ish if ish if ish if this bird. I don't know whether or not to admit to him what she is. Or if I should start with, like, I don't think this is serious. Like she's playing with him. It's too early to be like, what is this to you? Poor Hase. for, I say.
I'm sorry, I spaced out for a moment.
That's alright. Though I think I've lost my train of thought. I apologize.
That's alright.
Camera.
A bit of both, in the end, is what I was saying. And while you say it's a laudable cause, well, yeah, I suppose it is. It's just...
What?
To be honest, I was just not sure to an extent of what I was going to do with my life, I guess.
Could you see yourself doing anything else?
Well, I guess. I am a good merchant after all, and I can grow things, and I'd like to say that I'm a good farmer. But I don't know that I'd want to leave or do something else. I mean, her family took me in, and it feels a bit ungrateful.
It's your life. You're not in debt to them for all of it. You can show that you're grateful in other ways while still doing things that you enjoy. Did I lose you again? think I did. That's really unfortunate. Poor Hase.
No.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. I will say though, May, that perhaps I'm not feeling the best today, and if it happens again, maybe it's best that we stop.
Sorry.
As much as it weighs on me.
That arrangement I was telling you about, I've got about 15 minutes until.
Right. Well, then we should not sit here. Come.
Alright. Though if you were ever...
I think it's a bit too low for me to use my wings, but I'll catch you.
I don't like that
Don't
at all.
trust me.
I'm sure I can.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
Come. I wanted to show you something.
You know, if you ever wanted to continue our conversations, you know, the next day, I wouldn't be opposed to meeting up again.
I appreciate that, May. I really do. What are you laughing at, huh?
Just you running.
Oh. We've gone through this, alright? I can't help it.
And you've said that I can tease
Also-
you for it, so I will.
No, fair enough. Alright, well, maybe I'll find something else to tease you about then.
Try me.
Like... I'll figure it out.
Yeah, okay. Alright, I'll take your word for it.
Alright. Now, I hope you don't mind the mess. Now, there's a bit of boxes and there's a bit of furnishing around, but we're still moving in. Now, if I look in here... Here we go.
What do you have?
It's going to pull out a pickup that has a motif of what looks like a hunt and a fox, a red fox in it, pursuing some hares.
It's beautiful. You keep these things hidden.
Well, no, but I do keep them bagged, at least for now. Besides, the motif is not something that was originally like that. I like to draw.
You're an artist.
Well, I'm not an artist, but I like to draw sometimes. I had a lot of free time in the forest. I had to do something. And you can have it.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't have to.
I know, but I wanted to give you a little something. It's just how I like to show that I care.
I like shiny things.
And that I enjoyed my time with you.
I've enjoyed mine as well. But I'll put it to use. I can promise you that.
Well, I hope so. You know, it's not for decoration, even if it's very pretty. Not quite as new, though.
No, if we had more time, I would pester you for tea.
I understand. I suppose we can continue tomorrow, maybe, or in a couple days, if you've got the time, or... I mean, you know.
I've spared it so far, haven't I?
That's fair.
I don't talk to very many people. I should be, but I'm not.
Right. Well, for what it's worth, I'm glad that you spoke to me, and... Listen, I know that we left things perhaps a bit... Well, I didn't want... I hope that I didn't come across as being like, you know, sad or bushy, or... I just wanted to share some stuff about me.
I'm still trying to get a read on you. I can't quite tell if it's sadness or otherwise, but I do want to learn the different inflections of your tone or the way your mouth quirks. It interests me.
Well, you can stare at my mouth all you want.
Sure, now you're going to choose to be bold, but we won't forget who ran yesterday.
Well, I'm sorry, alright? Yes, it's embarrassing, okay? Like, I was like a teenager. I apologize. I just didn't expect it.
Well, I think you're all bark and no bite.
Oh, really? Do you want to bet on that?
I enjoy a challenge. I'd be happy to bet on it.
Hmm.
Now might be a bad time to mention that I'm somewhat of a sore loser.
Oh, really?
A bit.
Well, you already owe me. I already owe you a favor, so.
You do. And it's dangerous for you to keep reminding me.
Oh, goodness me, that's so awful. I should stop.
You're quite terrible, you know. Far too much fun.
Oh, hello. All right.
It's your door.
Is that your other? Yes. Hello.
Sorry to interrupt. I was given
Sure you
a
are.
task that I am unsure how to complete by Natsume.
Right.
I
Right.
thought that if I could find May, she could help me.
Is this a private task? I'm kind of curious to hear about it. Maybe I could help you with it.
I think it might be. I just need to know someone's name. It won't take long.
Right. Okay, well, give me a moment. I was just finishing setting up some stuff, so, but I'll be out here, and just give me a moment.
Of course.
You don't have to be here if you don't want to.
I don't think I actually have a choice. And it's odd for Natsume to say something like that.
Fair enough. Thank you for the time today. It was very special, even if it was interrupted. I appreciated it.
I'm looking forward to many more. Stupid fucking bird got the fucking ticket.
One for the road.
I can't. This fucking bird.
Right. Well, enjoy your teacup. How'd you go? Look at that, Elfie. I found May for you.
Thank you. I'm sorry to have interrupted.
No, it's fine. Have a good night.
You as well.
Sorry, we'll need to walk a little. There's people nearby, and I'm not sure if this is something I should say in front of people or not.
It's alright. I have somewhere to be. We can walk and talk.
Do you mean sketchy as in causing you ill intent?
As in they were.
You are fun, little bird. Very fun. You're too touchy on some subjects, though.
Natsume gave me a task, he said. She wanted me to report that she was retiring for the night to someone, but I don't recognize the name she gave me.
What's the name?
She said to tell Lady Kazuya.
Ah. Well, you found her.
Huh?
She refers to me by my proper name.
You had never told me before. And she left too quick before I could ask.
That's alright. I was worried that it was something else. I appreciate you coming to find me.
I thought she was maybe speaking of a contact of yours or something?
No. She won't call me by anything else unless I tell her to.
I see. Well, now I feel a little silly running around just to ask you that.
It's alright. I suppose it was a good segue. I would have spent far too long. As I said, I have somewhere to be.
Oh. Where's that?
It's a secret.
I see. Speaking of secrets, I found a weird place on the ship.
Oh?
There's, it's pretty dark. If I'm going to show you, I should probably bring a lantern.
Perhaps you can show me tomorrow then.
It's like these big tunnels underneath the ship.
I wonder where they go.
I'm not sure. It was pretty dark, so I didn't go far, but I found tents in there.
Perhaps someone lives there?
I didn't stick around very long. It was a little scary in the dark.
Probably for the best. I suppose I'll drop this cup off and then I'll be on my way. But I'm curious of this location.
I also found some good spots to get on rooftops. I was able to travel across a few of them.
Something else you'll have to show me then.
I discovered it while looking for you, so...
Sorry for being so hard to find.
It's fine. Probably better that way for you, isn't it?
I suppose it is.
Though I would hate to not be able to find you in an emergency.
If it was ever an emergency, I think I would be the one looking for you. Or Natsumi.
But if there was a situation where you couldn't look yourself...
I suppose anything could happen. It wouldn't be the first time. Trouble tends to find me, unfortunately.
Maybe I could see about working on some sort of spell that you might be able to use to signal me. You said you're a mind mage, right?
Indeed.
Then it theoretically should be possible that you would be able to do something that could tell me that you're in trouble if you ever needed to.
I could do that, but that is what I have Natsumi for.
Well, sure, but there's times where she's retired, like now.
I suppose. We can put some thought into it. But I'm not interested in dragging you into all of this unless you're working for me. And you're not.
Well, then maybe I need a second job.
Another conversation then.
Because I'm interested in protecting you. Alright, have fun at your secret meeting or whatever it is you're doing.
Thank you. I shouldn't be going
Do you think
long.
I'll see you before bed tonight?
Not likely, but I may sneak in afterwards. I'll try to be quiet.
Alright, well, in that case.
Thank you, Elfie.
Thank you.
Oh, it's you. Oh, hello there. Didn't even know the sound of a pool table in this bed.
In the dark, I thought it was a shade.
Oh, well, he just has a pool table in his bed.
I think he's
If
sleeping.
you want to look, would you like to check?
I don't know. I think he's in there.
I'm pretty sure he was sleeping in the bed.
He went to bed.
What do you mean that's an illusion?
This is the sauna, is it? Or?
Good night, Alden.
Good night. Thank you.
It's a corner.
I can't believe you're beginning to other people's room. Unbelievable.
I've been wanting to see more of the world for a long time, so my pal encouraged me to get on board.
That's fair. Yeah, really quite the interesting thing at the very least. Are you looking for work or just using savings to travel?
Holy fuck. Please don't jump off.
Work as a woodworker and carpenter.
I see. I suppose you'll be taking shipments on them whenever we land somewhere.
Say that again.
I assume you'll just be like collecting wood whenever we land somewhere and stockpiling that way, or?
I'm not sure how else to do it. I can see that.
No, I think it'd be best probably not to cut them down now, to be honest. Right, but that does ask the question.
I was there to ask you.
Perhaps it's not.
How bottom
How
level
heavy is the
cheaper.
front?
Lot lower.
I mean, in this ship in totality must be, you know, the weight of, the weight of a city. Right, but like, even
Knock, knock.
solid dirt.
Well, I'm on the factory. Even when I was the factory, didn't get the thing for it.
I'm surprised you know what I meant then.
You take me for a fool.
I was wondering if you would catch the hint on the light outside.
It wasn't all that
No
noticeable.
excuse. Well, I'm glad it's settled. In the meantime, might you turn around? I have to change out of these sopping wet clothing.
Are you shy?
Perhaps a little bit.
Really, you, Jasper?
What, can I not have some securities?
And if it pleases me to watch. Oh, you're no fun.
actually honoring it now.
You're covered in a bedsheet. Why would I care to watch that?
And you'd care if I dropped it.
It would be entertainment. Something a jester should be good at.
Interesting. What kind of fool do you take me for?
Depends. I'm sure you've got experience in such things.
Is the service I offer?
Did you fall into the bathhouse?
No, hopscotch pulled me in. But she did not bring on Natsumi, though I assume that she was not readily available.
She is retired. I have sent her off. And I asked her to stay away.
And no one knows of this?
Ailfay. She asked what I was doing. I didn't tell her. I just said that I had something to do.
Ah, so that's her name. Quite the stalker that one is.
A bit. I've spoken with her about it already. You need not concern yourself. And she's loyal, so far. Willing to protect me by any means necessary. I intend to use that.
And you're sure of this?
So far. She's given me information openly about her and her family, her time in captivity.
I warned you, though. Did you share your prophetic vision with her?
I've begun using it. Yes.
Told you it might be dangerous if we let others know.
If that is the game that you are going to play, do not fault me for mine. It's been beneficial for me.
Yes. I do see the aspects of having two sides of the same coin within our pocket, but it's dangerous. We don't know who's an ally and who's an enemy here. It brought us all here.
I'm aware.
I assume you are aware of my feats that I have accomplished.
From a distance. I'd like details.
Well, I've gained the favor of the Lord of Valinor, sent by the king himself, to spread his good word. And mind you, it is a hard one to digress. Perhaps even one that people might sing the song of all across the land, but nowhere near to be able to fix the sort of hierarchy that we've sort of built upon ourselves with generations and traditions. That is no small insult towards you, my lady.
Continue.
He has an entourage, referred to as a Kane. You see how her tail's all bunched up into a single one, correct?
Yes.
Think of it as a flipping the bird towards all kitsunes alike. He believes that no amount of tales should place you up on a hierarchy.
Do you disagree?
I've seen firsthand what's the amount of tales someone can have, and what that might entail, no pun intended. It's why I chose to follow you. And I think what also led to the death of, a previous emperor.
Agreed.
So it is a bit of a mixed bag, at least in my opinion.
I can agree with her sentiment. Perhaps the amount of tales just should not determine who should rule, as we've seen what it has gotten us.
But then that means it challenges your stance, the rightful heir.
Then I should be able to prove that I deserve this without the tales.
I think you deserve it, my lady. I wanted you to come along with us so that I may be able to help in pointing you to be a better leader. Not that I think that you could not do it yourself, but so that I may be along the side of the journey of it. When they spoke, all I could think about is, I can't wait for them to prove them wrong, that at least in some way tradition and blood can be worthy of heir. That you would be the proof that I shove into their faces.
You think this lord trusts you?
To the very least, with a grain of salt.
He could be using you.
I'm aware. But if he is, then he is spreading a word that could be very agreeable. They're both in favor of that. That, heirs in blood do not birth good leaders. That is their belief. I do not to know or to far what extent, though. There's more. That is what I'm trying to pick at the wall.
That's a fine opinion to have, so long as it stays within their realms and not ours.
So you are going to stick to the traditions?
It's certainly something worth thinking about. There should be order in place if it's not going to be blood. Laws to be written. It would take time to change.
Yes, centuries. New Day is probably the most traditionalist place I've seen. For all the good reasons.
But it's not always good. I can acknowledge that there are faults in our systems as well, and if change needs to be had, then change can be made.
He seems at least somewhat ignorant about the world around him. King high and mighty of our lord that needs to have a proper education. He had no idea. Though, I suppose this is might be also be news to you, but they don't need to know that. I brought the topic of Ozamar, the Dwarf Kingdom, underground. He apparently had no idea of their hierarchy, where apparently the rich get richer, and it is a competitive ladder of those of blacksmithing, though since they are dwarves, you can imagine that no one can beat their smithing skills. So those that aren't dwarves upon their land are just the minority group, and they will forever keep it that way because, well, a competitive ladder. But it is doomed to fail, like even I can see that. But it seems like that they have already started to sink the ship in this case. How many people can you arm with swords, pikes, and spears until you're no longer needed in the world? And they are building steel by the dozen. At some point, their usefulness will expire, and they will run themselves into the ground.
You think so? Even though you've said that there's nothing like a dwarf's craftsmanship.
It's because they are building many by the dozens. I will admit that the dwarves do have craftsmanships that are unrivaled. But their truest stronghold is only when they were allied with the elves, but ever since, they have not allied with each other for a very, very long time. They are weak because of it, and the elves are only getting stronger. Not as strong as they would have been with the dwarves, but still. They are making moves here. That's something. Meanwhile, they stay holed up in their underground, fearing that they may be launched to the sky. They're holding themselves back.
And what is your concern with the dwarves?
That maybe centuries to come, eons, that they will no longer exist in this world, and someone else will take their place. That we will lose a part of Terra that once made it strong. Perhaps a political move. If it does happen that way, they also won't be as strong or think of uniting. But to build your world upon genocide, I don't think that is what even we want.
I'm not even interested in wars.
I know. There is one coming, though. I can feel it.
Are you referencing the dream?
In some ways, yes. That was a waking call. But as well as one where we have to perhaps either flee or fix. But I want to know your opinion. If we fight a war, what is the correct choice? The one that keeps us alive, or the one where we win?
To me, it's the survival of the people, of the home and the tradition. But no war is the best option, if it can be avoided.
Yes. I suppose that is a bit cheating. You chose both.
Winning isn't always correct, though. Depends on what you've won.
Yeah. What if nothing? What if nothing but the survival of your people? That is exactly where you win. You just kind of keep a state of nature.
What is the motive of the question? What are you getting at?
I merely want to know your aspects should war break out, actually. I've been uneasy, is all. And I want some guidance.
For what?
From you.
Isn't-
I'm your advisor, after all.
Isn't that your job?
My job is to help you in your... Although give you guidance, but guidance into perhaps what is your purpose. I want to see you grow.
Then did my answer appease you?
Very much so. More than you know.
Very well. Is there anything else of note?
I'm sure you've seen the shackled one.
I don't
You know
believe that I have.
Oh. Apparently we have an open convict aboard on a one-way trip to Alcatraz, the mage prison. Apparently, he was convicted of a sort of cult alongside many powerful mages. Though they say he was framed and not at all a fraction of a powerful mage that he leads on to be. But if that is true, then he is still the fraction of the mage that he leads on.
So we're discarding him there.
That is the plan. And hopefully that is the plan, because some of the sentinels, the mercenary ones, were so eager to undo his shackles.
I don't understand the sentinels. They're not nearly qualified enough. Not everyone is meant to be a goddamn soldier.
It is the mercenaries that I worry about, at least as of current.
Agreed. You can buy their loyalty.
That is what everyone says, but now I am more concerned that the taller one, the taller mercenary, is stubborn, and one brought concerns of their sort of favoritism when they were told of it, or they told of us of the shackled one's story. He says, I know what that's like, and it's not a good one, when he should not be self-inserting himself into a situation that could be vastly different. He's biased.
We don't need sympathizers.
Exactly. And when I brought to those concerns of his favoritism and our safety, I was merely met with, we gotta at this. We can protect you. We are watching this. And yet I see him walking amongst almost freely, without a guard in tow. What's even worse is that the shackles aren't even runesmith. They do not have any capabilities on inhibiting magic. But that makes me wonder that if the shackles are meant for the usage of his personal magic, perhaps if he were to use something, he'd blow off his hands off. Regardless, it is still a danger.
Do you know who all is the Sentinels?
The mercenaries, of course, as I've named. Molly, the small one, the Neri, with Alden. And then I'm unsure if it is the same person, but there's one with white pristine armor, a short one of brown head.
Is Alden a Sentinel?
She was... I do not think so. He does not seem fit for it.
It would have been an in for information.
Perhaps you can encourage him. I've seen your lovely date the other day.
We've had several at this stage.
Several?
It's entertainment. It's where I was before this. He's cute. That's not the point.
I think it could be the point if my lady is falling for a commoner.
Not possible. Even if I was.
What? That you're a commoner or you're a lady?
A relationship with him is not on the table unless it benefits Hinode. If he can give us an alliance with the Fae, I would consider. But he's nobody.
As far as we know.
Well, he spun a story that he's an orphan. Perhaps it's to get me to feel bad.
That's not what Molly seems to be spinning.
Well, Molly is not an orphan.
Molly is a bodyguard. You think an orphan would have a bodyguard?
They can both fight. He said that much.
Yes, an orphan can learn to fight, but why would a bodyguard be needed then?
I think her being a bodyguard was a cover-up.
My thoughts exactly.
But they are soldiers of the Fae Forest. Farmers, merchants, protectors. They don't let anyone in or out.
Then why even need the alliance?
The Fae can be tricky. But there are many of them. Many of them are powerful. Perhaps it's not needed, but it is something to consider. Though I don't know why they would entertain us. They haven't entertained anyone else. But they do have the same hatred for elves. Sorry.
Is that so?
Mm.
It is quite alright. I wonder if they're putting up with me then.
Perhaps. That's a pretty fire.
But yes, the shackled one, troublesome, as well as the other two sentinels. They already are waving around their big swords. Though, I suppose our distaste for them might be shared by the public. Gideon was very vocal about it.
Good. I'm rather fond of Gideon, though we haven't spoken much.
Same. The, Elfie, are you aware that she possesses dark magic?
Yes. She has shown me her skills. She's mentioned that her family... She's got a lineage for it. Ebonil is the last name. I've asked Natsumi to look into it. Perhaps you can as well. I'm curious to know more. And I'm curious to know if she's the only one like she says she is.
Sort of rings a bell, but I can't grasp it.
She wants to serve. She wants to work for me.
Why?
As far as she
Does she know you,
says.
Lindy?
She's pieced a lot of it together. In fact, I think she's found out on her own. I've asked her not to call me as such. I can't keep it a secret forever. The small one with the blue hair recognized me immediately. People will catch on eventually, especially with Natsumi showing up. It's not quite.
Don't I feel like nobody? Or I suppose in recent years I joined, though my name hasn't got around.
It's a card we get to play now, though. I'm grateful for it.
As am I. Let's see, anything more? I think that is most of the bulk of it. Unless you have something more to share.
Not specifically. I've had my eye on things. I've mostly just trying to get people to know me. I've been friendly, kind, approachable. It's terrible.
Are you not all that?
With so many strangers around, no. I'm paranoid. I'm nervous.
But you can't bring yourself to be cruel.
No. Nor can I bring myself to show those things. They can't know. They won't know.
Yes?
Where is your hat?
Over there in the drawer. It got soaked too.
You should throw it away.
Why?
Because it's hideous.
Excuse me? It is a keepsake.
You don't like to be called a jester, and yet it makes you look like one. You could do better.
It makes me stand out. Well, it's made me stand out in the time that I needed it. But now that I am technically undercover, I kind of have to keep up appearances. It works.
Well, keep your door locked. I'll be tossing your wardrobe.
Very well then, I will keep it locked. I'm going to keep my pants too.
Much to my dismay. One of these days yet, Jasper, I will get you in proper clothing. I will command it.
You'll have to get me naked first.
That won't be a problem.
Oh, won't it?
You
Makes
think
you
it
say
will?
that?
I know you enjoy games
I
just
like
as
you.
much as I do.
Yes, I do. So then I'd say I'll call your bluff, and I'd like you to show me that you mean it.
That shouldn't be hard either.
Empty threats won't scare me.
They're not empty. But I'll let you think that to stay comfortable, Jester.
You know that irks me more than anything.
You admitting it makes me feel better about it.
You know it irks me more than anything.
Would you like me to stop?
If I am unable to take such light-hearted verbal abuse, then if I am not able to take such, then what am I even being a royal advisor for?
Agreed. Business aside, though, how are you faring?
I'm faring well. I've been able to make a living off of being the tavern keep for the time being. So far, I've not told a single soul that I am a dreamer. Though I wonder to what degree that people believe me in that, since I'm taking occupancy here. But I've been able to cover that up as in it's just convenient to be a barkeep here and live here. I'm doing what I can to stay under the radar.
And you're eating well?
That is a question for you.
I'm not asking about me, Jasper. I'm looking after you. Not to me as well.
It is also my duty to look after you.
I have not eaten today,
Yeah.
no. I lost my appetite. Don't look at me like that. You're gonna make me feel bad.
I'm annoyed.
So be it. Have you been eating?
Yes, I have. I wish you'd do the same.
It's not as if I'm skipping meals on the daily, Jasper. I wasn't hungry this morning, and I haven't thought about food since. I'm not a child. One day won't kill me.
You've been putting yourself through that obsessive potion this entire time.
Yes, I am fully aware how unpleasant it was. Again.
It's actually the person who was wandering about.
I'm not a baby to be coddled. I can take care of myself.
I'm not coddling you.
You're pouting. That's no better.
I'm not pouting. There are times where you are away for a while and I just wonder about your safety, especially today with the shackled one.
Natsumi's around now, and you have a job to do. That's why she's here, isn't it?
You can't be everywhere for sure. I don't doubt her skill, though. If anything, I wonder why you gave me this sword instead of her.
That's not a story for today.
Very well. It's good to see you, though. Actually, have a proper conversation with you regardless.
You as well. It's nice seeing a familiar face. I suppose if I leave now, and there's anyone in the hallway, I'll have some explaining to do. That should be fun.
Are you suggesting you'd stay?
Are you inviting me?
Either you take the cover of night, or we figure out a way to get you out of here before anyone notices. We do have a window.
I am not
but
jumping
if you're
through a
in
window.
no hurry. Very well then. So, those are the two options. I'd have cover. Or we figure something out in the morning. Perhaps I should peek out first if you're so adamant.
Or perhaps I can enjoy the company of someone familiar a bit longer. Thank you.
I should be the one thanking you.
I don't quite understand that.
You're letting me sleep with a lady.
Well, certainly the beds are big enough, unless you mean something else.
Not many commoners get to bed themselves with a lady. Well, they were trying to get that.
I suppose not. I want to respawn now. Oh, you don't want to respawn now.
It'll be a little easier to see is all.
Agreed. It does get rather dark in these rooms.
Oh, is that why you're sit for now?
Do you have a preference for something else?
Yes.
Where are we going?
Pulse to it. Straddling him.
Oh, Jesus. Bold. I don't dislike it, though.
I'm glad to please my lady.
I love my man. I'm actually nervous now. What the fuck?
There's something on your mind.
No. I guess I just feel like I can relax.
And look only towards me.
Oh my god. That shouldn't be too hard.
Good.
I'm supposed to be muted. I'm fucking freaking out. No, 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 no. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I'm scared. You're gonna put me to sleep, man.
I did miss the soft feeling of you. I suppose I'm getting it all now.
Enjoy it while you can. Soon we'll have to go back to pretending not to know each other.